Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Britton Heckler Arena. We are live for Region 1A NEC Gymnastics tonight. We got a lot on deck and a long night ahead, and we're happy you could join us if you couldn't make the trip to Britton. I want to thank all of our yearly live stream sponsors that make these live streams possible. North Star Federal Credit Union, Highway 10, Britton. Health First Chiropractic with Dr. Michael, Main Street, Britton, as well as his office in Sisseton. Jeff and Dwayne at Bolt Marketing. If you want to make your grain money go farther, stop in and visit with Jeff and Dwayne. Full Circle Ag, tomorrow's Vision Today. Glenn and Penny Banky Sand and Gravel, 448-8521 for any sand or gravel needs. Matt Folkman with Grade A Transportation. If you're looking for a career change, a great guy to work for. Heinbuck Potatoes, County Line Seed with Precision Planting down in Langford. C&W Transfer, Scott's Lumber, Highway 10, Britton. First Savings Bank, Main Street, Britton. HH Design, your one-stop shop for all your team gear needs, Main Street, Britton. Sand Lake Sales over in Houghton. Venture Communications, your fiber internet provider, Britton baseball and softball. Valley Dairy Supply, Tank Seed, and Metabolic Hoops Academy. If you're looking to up your game in or out of season, give MJ a call. Should be a fun night here. Going to be joined once gymnastics gets underway by Jennifer Carlson. And she has quite a bit more gymnastics knowledge than what I have, so should be a fun time. First time here setting up 4 different views at the same time, so hopefully that works out well for you at home. And we'll try to get the action when and where we can. If our cameras go down or if someone gets in the way, we'll try our best to get those back up and going. And if we do run into technical difficulties, we'll shut down and restart. You'll just have to click back into that YouTube link, but we certainly do appreciate you watching along here. I'll probably just leave that graphic off so we can see the beam and won't bother you with that. But this is part of our Bolt Marketing pregame show. A little bit different setup than what we are used to for basketball games. Why don't we just get into our PR segment here, our popcorn rating. So I've been on the road this year and at home rating the popcorn in different concession stands. And what I'm doing for Britton Heckler is I'm rating each time I'm at the concession stand because it is different for whoever makes it. And then I'm going to take the average at the end of the year on that. And so far, so good. There's been a couple just barely average nights, but some really good nights too. And tonight is one of those good nights. The scale is 1 to 10, 1 being burnt day-old microwave popcorn and 10 being Strand Theater popcorn. The Strand Theater here, Main Street, Britton, best popcorn you could ever find. And started out the season this year on the road at Great Plains Lutheran. That's actually the lowest score of the season at a 4.7. It was light, no butter, light salt. And then 7-5 back at Britton Heckler. Hit the road to Florence Henry. They were a solid 7-0. And then it was fantastic here back at home the next Monday at an 8.8. And then went to Warner. They have their own butter machine there. I gave that a 6-7 because I added too much butter. So that was on me. And then on the road at Roncalli, great popcorn there. And they advertise it on their video board. It's some kind of brand name, so it must be good. But I gave that an 8-7. And then back at Britton Heckler, 8-0. Madison, South Dakota. That's the highest score of the season. That was great popcorn in Madison, 8.9 on their popcorn. And then back at Britton Heckler, another night to 6-0. That was this past Tuesday. And tonight, I'm going a 7-9. Pretty good popcorn from the concession stand. Great butter, just enough salt. And that's a 7-9 at the Britton Heckler concession stand on their popcorn. That's your PR segment, your popcorn rating. Had a chance to visit with some gymnasts before the meet today and had a question for them. Let's take a listen in. All right, back behind the arena at the Region Gymnastics meet. Why don't you give your name, town, and what year in school you are?
My name's Izzy Metz. I'm from Sisseton, and I'm a senior this year.
Perfect. So if there was one event out there tonight that you had to pick your dad to replace you on, what would it be and why?
The bars, because we have some at home, and he loves to do cast handstands on them.
Really?
Yeah.
Very interesting. I'd like to see that. All right. Thanks for your time and good luck out there tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Evie Becker. I'm from Madison, and I'm a senior.
Perfect. So a lot of years of experience. If you had to pick one event tonight that your dad had to replace you in, what would it be and why?
Probably bars. I'd say he could maybe do like a pullover or something.
Yeah, get some of that arm strength in there.
Yep.
Well, thank you for your time and best of luck out there
Thank
tonight.
you.
All right, we are here at the Region Gymnastics meet with Taryn Kraft. Big night tonight. If you had to pick one event that your dad could replace you in, what would it be and why?
I would definitely have it be beam because growing up, my dad always practiced beam jumps with me on our baby beam at home.
I would love to see that. Actually, I might have to pay money to see that. So thanks for your time and good luck out there.
Thank
Abby
you.
Lee, Abby, if you had to pick one event tonight that your dad could replace you in, what would it be and why?
I would pick floor, hoping he could have a floor routine choreographed because he would love more than anything for someone in our family to do a rock and roll floor music.
That is right up his alley there, rock and roll. So I would love to see that. Thanks for your time and best of luck.
Thank you.
I'm a senior this year, and my name is Lita Fryer, and I'm from Hendricks, Esteli.
Perfect. All right. So if you had to have your dad replace you in one event tonight, what would it be and why?
I would say probably vault because he's a really good runner, so he could run really fast. I don't know if he would have the flip part down, but, he could give it his best shot.
That would be very interesting. Thanks for your time and best of luck out there tonight.
Thank you.
All right. We are here at the Region Gymnastics meet with Ava Tevedal. If you had to have your dad replace you in one event tonight, what would it be and why?
Probably bars because I'm not very good at bars and I feel like he could power through it for me.
All right, some arm strength. Very nice. Thanks for your time and good luck out there.
Thank you.
I am Mason Donahue. I'm from Milbank High School, and I'm a junior.
Perfect. So 4 events out there tonight. If you had to pick one that your dad had to replace you in, what would it be and why?
I would say 4 just because my dad has the best dance moves.
Heck yeah, dads with the dances. All right. Thanks for your time and best of luck.
Thank you.
Here with Sterling Mertens, assistant coach of the Lady Braves gymnastics team at the region meet. If you were to compete again and you had to have your dad replace you in one event, what would it be and why?
I would have my dad replace me in floor for sure because he excels in dancing. He definitely puts on a show. I remember a few years back when I was competing, all of the dads would do some dancing in our floor event, and he definitely excelled in that. So
All
I would
right,
have
so
him.
Phil's got the moves.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Good luck today.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to all the gymnasts for their time beforehand. It was a fun look behind the scenes, and apparently some of these dads have some skills at the different events out on the floor. That was fun to hear about. So just got our first warm-up session out of the way, and now the gymnasts meeting in the back hallway and getting ready for the Grand March to kick things off here. We'll have national anthem as well. And I believe we'll have each event will take place, and then they'll rotate and get another warm-up session, and then complete that event, and the night will continue that way. But joined by Jennifer Carlson tonight. How are you doing?
This is very exciting to be here. I'm so glad that I was asked.
Yeah. And I am glad that you were willing because I needed someone with some gymnastics knowledge.
Well, and I can share with you just very briefly my resume, which is not extensive, but does give me a little bit of background here. When I first moved to Britton, I did assist Angela in her gymnastics coaching from 2007 through the 2011 season. During that time, I was voted 2-time the Assistant Coach of the Year in the state for the A-level gymnasts or gymnastics programs, which is very exciting. I brought with me 13 years of competitive dance experience, and with that, Angela was able to utilize what I had to offer in choreography of many of her routines.
Very nice. So you've been around and seen and done it all.
Well, to some extent, that might be true.
We're just going over opening announcements now, and then we'll have our grand march and the national anthem before competition gets kicked off.
Showmanship is such an important part of the sport, and you can begin recognizing that even something as simple as the Grand March. Girls are instructed in all of their programs that they're judged, even when they are not competing.
You talked a little bit about showmanship, and brought me back to my marching band days. I grew up in Pipestone, Minnesota, and marching band was a little more competitive than what it is up here. And you'd travel around like to Howard Wood Field in Sioux Falls, and you were told you're always being judged. There's Spirit Awards or I forget what you call it. But anyway, judges always walking around looking at how you're interacting with others, and just kind of brought me back to that a little bit.
Yep, and you will see each girl when they approach their respective event that they will salute the judge. They will acknowledge the judge, and from that moment, then everything that happens can be taken account for in their final score for that particular event.
And that's before and after?
Before and after, yep. So from the moment you salute to your presentation to approaching the apparatus, all of that can be judged.
So you could even fall pretty hard off of the bars and still have to get up and salute.
Yep, that is the expectation. You bet. It is going to be an outstanding night of competition. Looking around the crowd, I'm betting that most of these people have spectated gymnastics before, but if you were able to have this be your first time, this would definitely be the meet to be. Couple predictions on the part of many parties involved is that this is going to be Esteline Hendricks' meet to win. They are heavily favored this evening, with Duel and Madison going to be very engaged in a tough competition between those two. Your three NEC teams, Milbank, Britton Heckle, and Sisseton, have been battling hard each year, switching spots at the very end, sometimes by tenths of a point. So it should be a very, very, very fun night of competition.
Yeah, from what I've seen from Britton Heckle this year, that's been the story with Sisseton. Kind of those meets where you're tenths of a point away or less even, and kind of flip-flopping back and forth.
Yeah, Angela has talked a lot in the last 22 years about how the balance beam is what is going to make or break your whole night. And when her team hits and they stay on the beam, it definitely works in their favor. But that is going to be true for all of these teams tonight here, too.
So starting the night off here, who do we have on each event? It looks like maybe Britton Heckle on the floor.
Britton Heckle is on the floor. Milbank is on the bars.
Must be Sisseton on beam.
It does appear to be Sisseton on the beam.
Although I see Marley over on vault
Warming
right
up
now.
on the vault, yes.
Okay. Here comes Sisseton floor routine.
On the floor. These must be the event exhibitions.
Okay. Yeah, that is on the schedule right in front of me.
So exhibition runs on your events are essentially an opportunity for the judge to get into the routine of the night. So it kind of gives them a chance to see with the dual judging how close they are going to be to each other, which will give them a frame of reference for the rest of the girls.
I was just thinking how lucky all these schools are to have a gymnastics program, because this equipment isn't cheap and it takes up a lot of space.
It does.
There are some club programs, I suppose, but for the
There
most part.
Yep, there are some club programs, that is for sure. One of the things I wrote down to mention to our wonderful listening audience is when I first started with Angela in 2007 and 2008 were some of our biggest years. And if you look at our Britton Hecla gym, the red curtain drops down, and that is the gymnastics area for the entire season. We had 43 girls in our biggest year all behind that curtain, and so that would be grades 7 through 12 on 4 apparatuses.
Let's see if I can't get us in a little closer on our beam routine so we can see when we bring up all 4 screens. Vault looks to be all right, and bars are okay. And I suppose we're out of our bolt marketing pregame show, so I'll get rid of Jeff and Dwayne's logo. So I was just talking with someone today about scoring of gymnastics in general and not really understanding it because, I mean, in basketball, you put the ball through the bucket, you get 2 points. In football, you put it in the end zone, you got yourself 6. And what are the judges looking for? Well, I suppose there's many different events here, but what are they looking for instance, on a floor routine? How do they score that?
It is all scored the same, but the big deal maker is your start value. So many people, when they watch gymnastics, don't understand why not everything is a 9.9 or a 9.7, and that was a really clean routine and there were no falls. Why is it not a higher score? Everything is judged based on the skills that the gymnast has in their routine to start with. So you will see very obvious differences on the bars tonight, and you will see very obvious differences on the vault. We do have some of our girls that have 10-0 start values in some of the routines, and we'll kind of talk about those as we get there. Directing our attention to the floor, getting ready to start here. When we get to Ava, Ava is our only Britton girl that starts with a 10-0 value on the floor based on the elements in her routine. Judging tonight is a little bit different than it is on a lot of your normal evenings or your normal competitions because at each apparatus is 2 judges.
And typically it's only 1 for a regular meet?
Correct. Dual judging means that you have 2 sets of scores that are averaged for the final score.
And, Brinley Schmig up for your Britton Hecla Braves on the floor right now.
Nice cleaner team for Brinley there. Some of the elements to watch for, not only will you find the tumbling that seems to be a big crowd pleaser, but you're watching for jumps of varying difficulty, combinations within those jumps, and then leaps have been added in the last bit of time, last few years. The leaps are an important element in all of the different floor routines.
So when you're on a floor routine, and you're looking to nail a specific element, like you've got to tumble into a cartwheel and you end up in a corner, do you just is the gymnast adding some filler things to get her to a different spot on the floor to do her next skill?
Yep, for sure. And then that's also a little bit of recovery time. They may only be less than 90 seconds in length, or for sure less than 2 minutes in length for a floor routine, but it is demanding for the entire amount of duration is demanding. And so a lot of that is the time that the girl will recover.
Again, Milbank on bars. And who else do we have? Must be Sisseton on vault.
Sisseton is vaulting, yep. Milbank on bars. And then I would think this is the Esseline Hendricks team on the beam.
Okay. I keep seeing Redmond jackets down here by the beam warm-up area in this little mat here, but and then Madison must be on their bye. All right, Marley Sundin on the floor.
Marley has such natural showmanship. She has been exactly like this since she was a middle schooler. Just a natural showman.
Oh my.
Jump combination here with back-to-back difficulty.
I don't know. That was a 10 for me.
Very good. Looking at my notes here, I did misspeak when I said that Ava had a 10-0 start value. That is not her floor start value. That is her start value on beam. But we do have two girls that do have a 10-0 start value on the floor. Kennedy Van Lith and Jaylee Group both have that twisting element that gives them a 10-0 start value. So we'll look forward to watching those routines.
Yeah. In a bit of a big night they had down in Dual, the four girls combining for the highest floor score.
Floor score, yep. So
and
let me see.
Kennedy beating a school record.
Yes, and so that was held by Ramey Hagan, which would be a 2010 floor score that she upset. And so that was from back in the glory days. And then the team floor score was broken from, I think, a group that was set in 2022, if I have that in my notes correctly.
So that'd be Sterling.
And I wish I had all of the names
maybe
in front of me.
Kagan Fredrickson.
Yep.
Having a hard time recalling other names. Abby Lee up now for your Braves on the floor.
Yeah, we're excited to see Abby back in action here. She's been battling, recovering nicely from an injury.
It does take a lot of confidence to get back out there and go after it after you've been injured and out for most of the season.
And I mean, you can talk to the fact that this is your senior year. So Britton does have 3 seniors. We have Abby Taryn and Ava Tevidal. That you're looking at the culmination of a career where they have invested so much of themselves into it. And so she wanted it. She definitely wanted to be back. Good job, Abby. I did find our floor team that broke the school record last week. That would be Kennedy, Jaylee, Ava, and Marley with a combined score of 36.45. So that's very exciting.
Out of a total possible of 40.
Correct.
Kind of just hit me there as Abby was performing. Last performance here as a gymnast for the 3 seniors in the arena.
Yep.
Kind of bittersweet. All right, senior Ava Tevidal up now on the floor.
Along with injury, Coach Group has been battling illness so heavily on her team. At one point last week, she only had 3 girls in the gym to practice out of 10.
A lot of that going around.
Leap jump combination by Ava, very well done.
So with 2 judges at each table, how does the scoring work? Do they take an average?
It is an average.
I was just noticing the judging tables on the beam are one each side, so they get to stare each other down.
Yep, and then there is a certain limit of how close they have to be to each other. So you cannot have one that's scoring a 5-5 and one that's scoring a 7. The scores are averaged to get the final score. The only thing that is a little different is how vault is scored. So the first vault is judged by both judges. The second vault is judged by both judges. And then the higher of the two is the one that is awarded the higher average. And then on each school that is competing, it is the top 4 scores that will be used to make the team score for that particular event.
So as a gymnast, you can be awarded a placing in each event, but then if you're competing in every event, you can place in the all-around?
And the all-around also, yep. So we have some pretty hotshot all-around athletes here tonight from some of our visiting schools. We have Maggie Hausman and Raya Hartung from Esteline, Hannah Kutchaw from Dual, Macy Donahue from Millbank, and then Izzy Metz from Sisseton are our top 5 high-scoring all-around athletes coming into tonight's meet. Okay, let's watch the Kennedy show.
Kennedy Van Lith up now on the floor for your Braves.
Kennedy came to Britton from Watertown, where she was involved in club gymnastics there. So her poise is so very, very appreciated. Again, just an excellent, excellent showman. Twisting half layout. Leap double jump combination, very good.
Looks like some of the other events are wrapping up now.
Typically, vault and bars are some of your fastest events, and then your balance beam and floor exercise take a little bit longer.
So it's a 15-minute warm-up time for each event?
I do believe she said 12 before we started.
J-League group getting ready to hit the floor for the Braves as we await Kennedy's scores. Gotta say again how much I appreciate you coming. We haven't even been live for quite an hour, and I've learned a ton.
Well, I have much more to share with you as
All right.
soon as the opportunity presents itself. Looks like the judges are having a conference on Kennedy's score. So I have a couple more things we can share before Jaylee gets ready to take the floor about how the 2 region meets will go. So our region meets tonight. There are 6 teams in our region. There is a second region meet in Vermilion tomorrow night that has 7 teams in it. And once those 2 competitions are completed, the top 8 scoring teams will be the teams that make their way to the state meet in Mitchell. Also, the top 40 gymnasts in the state will be invited to come and compete also, and those results will be shared with the world on Saturday morning.
And that's for individual competition?
Individual and team. Top
Okay.
8 teams, top 40 girls. Placing in regions is very helpful, but you are able to pre-qualify earlier in the season for the state meet, and Britton does have several girls that have pre-qualified in various events. Kennedy and Abby are pre-qualified in vaults, Kennedy in bars, Jaylee, Ava, Taryn, and Kennedy on the beam, and Jaylee and Kennedy on the floor. Kennedy is our only qualified all-around competitor, pre-qualified.
Feels eerily similar to youth wrestling and watching the different regions and how everyone does as
Yep.
you await to go to regions or state.
It is my understanding, not to communicate with bias, but the competition here tonight is going to be a little more tough. And so it will be encouraging to see how the girls come out here.
So technically all of these teams could make it on.
Technically, they could, yep.
So an 8-6 and an 8-9 for Kennedy.
Very good.
Jaylee group up now.
Very nice back pass. So the twisting element that we're watching for from Jaylee is going to come in her forward pass. Leap jump combination. It's actually going to come in one of her back passes here. So you're watching for the cartwheel into the Arabian. Very well done. Jaylee also has been battling injury this year and influenza. So that was a very well done routine.
I was setting up for the basketball game earlier this week, and they're practicing, and I kind of heard her battling that cold and
Yep.
getting over it. So nice to see her competing yet and pushing through that.
Yep.
You can tell she
Yep.
wants it. So that's going to wrap up the floor routines for Britton Hecla. Esteline Hendricks done on the beam, so we should be rotating all events now. Madison warming up on bars. While we're waiting, I can just read off on this in our program here in the arena tonight, state qualifying information. As an individual from Class A, in-season qualifiers shall automatically qualify. The remaining number of athletes will be filled as wild cards using scores from the state qualifying meets, not to exceed 40, like is what you were saying, unless there is a tie. The remaining number of athletes will be filled as wild cards using scores from both region meets, not to exceed 40 unless there is a tie. Additional individual qualifying standards. Class A gymnast may qualify for the state meet in any event by meeting or bettering this standard at 3 varsity meets during the season, including a state qualifying or region meet, regardless of the number of teams or judges at the meet. And scores needed, vault 8.7, bars 8.0, beam 8.3, and floor 8.8.
Correct.
So you need to hit each of those scores and to be able to qualify
3 times
Okay.
throughout the course of the regular season.
That's hard.
Yep. Not for some of our girls. It's not hard.
So dual getting warmed up, it looks like, for floor routine. Britton Hekla will hit the vault. Madison on bars. And who is this on beam?
It must be
Milbank.
Milbank. Yep.
So Esteline Hendricks on a bye this round.
And Sisseton.
Oh, yeah. Yep. How many teams are in the other region, did you say?
7.
7.
Yep.
And 6 here?
And 6 here. So 8 out of the 13 go.
An 8-8 and an 8-5 on the floor routine for Jay Lee.
That's good. One thing that Coach Group likes to focus on is it doesn't so much matter the number that the girl receives as their score based on the subjectivity of judges you will see at different meets and in different towns. It's the order that your girls present in at the end of the judging. So based on the skills that they have and the execution that they compete with, the order that they result in should still be the same, which would probably be true for all of these teams.
So every event, each judge has the same standards to judge on.
Right.
So it's not technically up to their, like, what's the word I want to use? Like being subjective, like you said.
Yep, and some judges might not like a toe point, or they might favor a magnitude. So the height of a jump versus how pointed the toe is in the jump can be a little more subjective. Falls are pretty straightforward. That makes things a little bit easier. But when we think of Kennedy breaking that record with that 9.55, if she doesn't score a 9.55 tonight, that's okay, so long as she's still placed in the right order at the end of what our girls are capable of doing. We can talk about vault a little bit while the girls are warming up. It is a super fun event to compete. It's one of Coach's favorites, and it's the only event where you get 2 shots, you get 2 chances. And so there's a lot of play or strategy that goes into that. Our girls will compete 2 different vaults. varying ranges of difficulty. So we have a 9-0 vault competed by one girl, which will be a 1/4 on, 3/4 off twist. And then we have a couple girls that are going to compete handspring full vaults, which have a start value at 9.4. The basic handspring starter vault, which you will see junior varsity level teams compete, starts at an 8.6. So this kind of brings all of our listeners back to the notion that everything we're going to compete doesn't start with that 10.0 value, even though some other kids may. Execution can be taken coming onto the table, coming off of the table, and then on the landing. So you want to look for body position, steps after the landing. All of that is going to come off of your final score.
For each, I don't know if you call it a move or a skill on the vault, does each gymnast try to hit the same spot on the vault itself, or does it depend on what you're doing?
I think it depends on what you're doing, and it depends on what you're starting with. So if you take a girl the size of Abby Lee and then you have a girl the size of Kennedy, that height right there is going to change a lot of even the way their body behaves as a lever. So with Kennedy and her forward momentum, you need to change all of that to go up once she leaves the springboard. Abby has such natural flight that with hers, you need to keep her flight reined in to hit the table and not just go all the way past it on her entry.
And that also comes where you raise and lower that thing.
Correct. Yep. And so typically you'll see your shorter girls vault off of a shorter table and your taller girls will be higher. Coach Group is really good at being patient also, and so she will wait to see what her judges score her girls before she decides what they will deliver on their second vault. So in a game, especially with these NEC teams that is going to be determined by tenths, it is you want to have all the strategy on your side that you can.
Right. Oh, once again, we appreciate you joining us here. If you couldn't make the trip to the arena, if you are watching and you like what you see, don't be afraid to subscribe to the YouTube channel. We do make it on the road to several different schools. So we'll bring you some action again at some point. Live again tomorrow night for doubleheader basketball here in the arena against the Langford Lions. We'll have Pastor Jesse Carson on the call with me, so that should be a fun time.
That's going to be a very good time. I'm excited for both of you guys.
See Britton Heckla alum Ashlyn Kraft here, cheering on her sister. She's very helpful with my daughter's youth gymnastics down in Aberdeen. They always enjoy taking class with her.
Sisters would be a good time for me to insert this comment here. Angela shared with me some fun facts about her team this year, and she actually had 3 sets of sisters in her gym. She had a set of Schmegs, a set of Van Liss, and a set of Lee sisters. And she said that sometimes she had to do a little extra refereeing.
I can imagine. That is fun.
Mm-hmm.
Must have had the end come loose on the beam there. I saw the judge taping it up. Is there an end cap on that maybe that popped off?
Yeah. Brings back a fond memory. So our photographer, Tyra Geffro, which I know is not her married last name. Tyra was competing in Rapid City her senior year, and she had just finished her warm-up and the entire end of the beam collapsed. So it was not tight, and it came down. She was jumping and landed the jump, and then the beam fell apart, and by golly, she got back up and executed a whole state-level beam routine very well.
Next rotation is underway with duel starting on the floor here. Looks like Ava Tevedal will be up first for your Braves on the vault.
Ava has such a beautiful, powerful approach to the springboard.
Well, I'd say, man, she barely got a jump up off the floor. She just kind of carries herself into that platform.
She does. She has had that natural presence since she was in middle school.
I think I'd be afraid I'd overshoot that springboard, fly right into the vault and not even make it over.
It does happen. It does happen. Have to remember to go up after you come off of that springboard.
And I do notice it's not uniform at every competition. Each team gets to bring their own board.
Yes, absolutely. So just like your favorite bat in baseball or your favorite stick in hockey.
Yep. I was too busy talking. I didn't see Ava's score on her first run there.
I did not either.
As we wait for the second. Looks like an 8-3 on both sides. Jaylee Group taking her first run at the vault.
Couple extra steps at the end there. I will bet her second one is a lot more sharp.
Is there's certain, like, so many tenths of a point deducted for extra step?
Yep, yep. But you cannot deduct. She can't end up negative. So same thing with a fall. A fall is a 5/10 deduction. You can't take more than that for your fall.
.805 and
805.
all right. Pretty consistent judging so far over
Yep.
there.
Much better. Good job.
So she kept the same routine on her second jump.
Yep, same vault. And so we're expecting the scores to be better based on the fact that she took 4 less steps.
It's actually less. 795 and an 81.
Oh, man.
Abby Lee up now on vault. So in order to not get a deduction, you have to stick the landing without taking
Any steps.
any steps
Yep.
at all.
Yep.
That is tough.
I see that Abby's sister, Aylin, was warming up right before Abby went, and both of those girls have such unbelievable natural flight. So if you watch her height as she comes off of the board and then her height that she achieves coming off of the table, it is so unbelievably impressive.
Sister
And you see that.
Aylin, a
Yep.
freshman this year.
Yep. Good first set of scores here for Abby.
8-7 and 8-6. Here's her second.
Oh, excellent.
Stuck that one. She looks happy with that.
She does.
We have an excellent coaching staff too with Angela, Kelsey, and Sterling.
Yeah, one of the things I wrote in my memories here is it is just so neat to see your former gymnast take on coaching. The Britton Youth Gymnastics program in Britton also has former gymnasts that are in leadership roles in that too, and that is an incredible heart-swelling sense of pride to see those young ladies become involved. Higher second score. Good job, Abby.
her sister Aylin about to take her first run at the vault.
Aylin has been battling a calf injury. You can see the tape on her leg. But I think the natural poise she has for this event is going to be everything that her sister shows also. Full twisting vault, very good.
Eight one five, 815, and an 8-5. Here comes Aylin's second run.
So there, Angela just elected to have her do a straight handspring vault with the idea of maybe getting a few more tenths of a point out of that.
All right, Brinley Schmig up next for your Braves.
Just coming off the table real nice and tight. A really, really pretty long body. I just think she'll clean up the landing on her next attempt.
Brindley's second run on the way. 8-1 and a 7-8 on her first run.
Better. Good job, Bryn.
All right, Kennedy Van Lith up now for your Braves. Wow.
Good job.
Is the order that your coach puts you in, does the difficulty increase as each girl goes along?
Typically, you'll see that. Again, with strategy, you'll have some coaches that will try to mix up the order a little bit farther down the line with the idea that if that's what the judge is anticipating, then maybe you can get a few more tenths out of your last girl. But yes, typically your vaults progress in difficulty from beginning to end.
Eight, 6, and 8-5 on Kennedy's first run. Here comes her
good.
second. Looks like that's going to do it on the vault. Other teams wrapped up on their events for the most part. Still going on the beam.
8-8 and 8-6-5 for Kennedy's second vault.
Must mean you have a pretty powerful jump when you have to have an extra pad on top of the
Yep,
floor.
yep. Safety measure also. Those look so pretty when they go well, but when they don't, they usually don't end very well.
So Millbank will get a bye next rotation. Madison going to warm up on the beam now. Is that Esteline Hendricks warming up on bars?
Siston still looks
Siston?
like they're, I don't know if they're warming up or finishing. I think they're finishing.
Maybe I need to pay a little more attention. Esteline Hendricks getting ready for floor routine.
Exercise, yep.
Duel will move over to the vault. So I see people working and gathered at the scorer's table over there by the head table. What goes on there during the meet?
There are, depending on what is going on, either one or two sets of computers. So you have somebody entering. So the last home meet that I worked at the head table, you had data being entered for a junior varsity meet and then data being entered, scores being entered for the varsity meet. And so because this is a region meet, you want as many hands on deck as you can get to make sure that your scoring is correct. And if you've noticed, there is a cute little pair of blonde-haired score sheet runners that are making their way around the gym.
Yep.
Over by the vault now. And so they will retrieve the set of dual judging score sheets to take back to the computers.
They're enjoying themselves.
They are getting their steps in.
And date night for the Ravenbergs.
Yes. Lori has been working the computer at gymnastics meets for a very long time.
Well, while we're in warm-up here, I'm going to grab a quick break, and I'm going to play this video again for you if you're just joining us. Had a chance to visit with some gymnasts from different towns before things got rolling and asked them a fun question, and here that is. All right, back behind the arena at the Region Gymnastics meet. Why don't you give your name, town, and what year in school you are?
My name's Izzy Metz. I'm from Sisseton, and I'm a senior this year.
Perfect. So if there was one event out there tonight that you had to pick your dad to replace you on, what would it be and why?
The bars because we have some at home and he loves to do cast handstands on them.
Really?
Yeah.
Very interesting. I'd like to see that. All right. Thanks for your time and good luck out there
Yeah,
tonight.
thank you. I'm Evie Becker. I'm from Madison, and I'm a senior.
Perfect. So a lot of years of experience. If you had to pick one event tonight that your dad had to replace you in, what would it be and why?
Probably bars. I'd say he could maybe do like a pullover or something.
Yeah, get some of that arm strength in there.
Yep.
Well, thank you for your time and best of luck out there
Thank you.
tonight. All right, we are here at the Region Gymnastics meet with Taryn Kraft. Big night tonight. If you had to pick one event that your dad could replace you in, what would it be and why?
I would definitely have it be beam because growing up, my dad always practiced beam jumps with me on our baby beam at home.
I would love to see that. Actually, I might have to pay money to see that. So thanks for your time and good luck out there. Abby
you.
Lee. Abby, if you had to pick one event tonight that your dad could replace you in, what would it be and why?
I would pick floor, hoping he could have a floor routine choreographed because he would love more than anything for someone in our family to do a rock and roll floor music.
That is right up his alley there, rock and roll. So I would love to see that. Thanks for your time and best of luck.
Thank you.
I'm a senior this year, and my name is Lita Fryer, and I'm from Hendricks Estelaine.
Perfect. All right. So if you had to have your dad replace you in one event tonight, what would it be and why?
I would say probably vault because he's a really good runner, so he could run really fast. I don't know if he would have the flip part down, but he could give it his best shot.
That would be very interesting. Thanks for your time and best of luck out there tonight.
Thank you.
All right. We are here at the Region Gymnastics meet with Ava Tevedal. If you had to have your dad replace you in one event tonight, what would it be and why?
Probably bars because I'm not very good at bars and I feel like he could power through it for me.
All right, some arm strength. Very nice. Thanks for your time and good luck out there.
Thank you.
I am Mason Donahue. I'm from Milbank High School, and I'm a junior.
Perfect. So 4 events out there tonight. If you had to pick one that your dad had to replace you in, what would it be and why?
I would say 4 just because my dad has the best dance moves.
Heck yeah, dads with the dances. All right. Thanks for your time and best of luck.
Thank you.
Here with Sterling Mertens, assistant coach of the Lady Braves gymnastics team at the region meet. If you were to compete again and you had to have your dad replace you in one event, what would it be and why?
I would have my dad replace me in floor for sure because he excels in dancing. He definitely puts on a show. I remember a few years back when I was competing, all of the dads would do some dancing in our floor event, and he definitely excelled in that. So
All
I would
right,
have
so
him.
Phil's got the moves.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, thanks to all those ladies for giving your time and talents before today's meet. Want to give a shout out to all of our yearly live stream sponsors: North Star Federal Credit Union, Health First Chiropractic, Bolt Marketing, Full Circle Ag, Mankey Sand and Gravel, Grade 8 Transportation, Heinbuck Potatoes, County Line Seed with Precision Planting, C&W Transfer, Scott's Lumber, First Savings Bank, HH Design, Sand Lake Sales, Venture Communications, Britton Baseball and Softball, Valley Dairy Supply, Tank Seed, and Metabolic Hoops Academy. Not really certain what's going on bars. I think I missed one bar performance there. Not really sure if they're behind or ahead. I don't know. Oh my goodness. That vault warm-up was insane. It just caught my eye, and she was flipping twice through the air.
Yep. So higher than a 9.4 start value. We'll say that. Right over by the coach that's standing by the bleachers is the cards that tell you what vault each kid is going to execute. And so
Okay.
I wish from where we're sitting we could see that, and that would give you a little better idea of what to expect as far as start value when they execute.
Wonder. I can't quite really see it in the camera either. The vault is in the way. So what's the same deal with the card on the floor, the corner of the floor over here, the 329?
That just tells the number of the competitor. So
Okay.
here, the one with the Sisseton girl that's getting ready to compete, she's number 174.
Okay. Yeah, Sisseton still has, it looks like, 3 more competitors to go on bars here.
This would maybe be a good time for me to put a little plug in here for scoreflippers.com if you are interested in tracking the scores from tonight's meet.
Ah,
I had a mom, gymnastics mom, send me this message, scoreflippers.com.
perfect. If I had another device handy, I would go there, but all mine are cameras currently.
Looks like Izzy Metz from Sisseton on the bars right now, one of their senior leaders here, also one of their high all-around scorers. Very nice lines in her performance.
Yeah, each gymnastics meet I've been to, she's always
Oh, and that's just
getting
her warm-up.
mentioned in the awards.
Yep.
You hear her name a lot.
And I believe there's a little sister that's a gymnast in that family also.
I think Izzy might be battling through injury as well. I think heard she got hurt a week or two ago or something. Could be wrong.
Bree White is competing for us now.
That was pretty amazing.
Very good full layout.
It's kind of cool, the little intricacies that it takes, like while you're up on the bar, whether or not your body should go against the bar and when it needs to come off just to get more leverage. A lot of physics involved.
A lot of physics. A lot of physics. Transfer momentum, and then you need to make it look like it's really easy, too. Does appear that we've started our next round of competition on the floor, even though I'd say we're not finished with our previous round of competition on the bars, so we're just going to have to see what happens.
I see Izzy started from the high bar. Do you get more or less points?
It's all, I guess, personal preference and how you're going to combine your elements in your routine. So if that works for her, that's great. Some of our girls start from the high bar, some start from the low bar. And Britton Heckla is moving to the bars. So we'll see how they go about taking their 12-minute warm-up that they are behind on.
It's typically bars is one of the quicker stations.
It is, it is. That's why I'm a little confused as to what was going on there. This may be a good time to talk about the difference between a 3-month high school gymnast and a club gymnast that trains year-round. So a couple of these towns that are with us tonight have clubs right in their town where this may be the only sport that the girl competes in all year round. Or if you take a look at every Britton girl that we have on our gymnastics team competes in other sports for our school also. So bars is the most difficult event for us to gain on in that 3-month time period. So scores for this are typically lower. If you go back and look at our school records, the bars, individual bars record was set by Becky Syme in 1997 as a 9.4. The talking point to that is that the requirements for the bars, the uneven bars, changed somewhere in the last number of years. So that may be a score that stays for quite some time. Bar's team score is from 1981 for the same reason. I don't know if that what we are required to have in our routines now can upset that. Our start values for what our girls are going to do here tonight are anywhere between 8.4 and 8.9. Where you look at what our girls are doing on beam and floor, that ranges from 9.6 to 10.0. So bars is just hard. I would say what Ange has her kids do is done very, very well, very clean. But the notion of getting that next higher set of skills in 3 months is very, very difficult.
Yep. Looks like Britton may take a sped up warm up here, running girls through quickly.
And I don't know that I would say they need 12 minutes, so we'll see what the judges accommodate here. Looks like we have some new competitors. I see Taryn is warming up on bars, and I also see that Adeline Schmig is warming up right now. Abby Lee looks like the last one to warm up for the Britton girls. If you want to attend to what she'll warm up, she does have a 2/10 higher start value in her routine because of a release maneuver.
That right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, looks like Judge is back. Maybe waiting for one table scorer left. Oh, we need the other judge too.
Other judge, yep.
Thought we were about to get underway. Any personal thoughts on gymnastics as a whole in the state and where it's headed and hopefully staying around?
I would just like to be really optimistic. What I mentioned earlier about the separation between club gymnasts and 3-month out of the year high school gymnasts just make it so hard to keep some of these small town programs going. When I was coaching in 2007 to 2011, I mean, there were not just 2 regions at that time, and the fact that you're down to 13 1A schools is very concerning. So the girls that club will always have an option to compete. It just may not be for high school athletics, but for the Britton, Sisseton, Millbank kids, it definitely is a concern. So I would argue that you're looking at some of the toughest, most well-conditioned athletes in all of high school athletics.
Oh, yeah.
And just with that being said, I would hope it would be worth the investment. But as your enrollment changes, and Britton School is very fortunate in what they are able to offer to their high school kids as far as the number of different types of athletes. Very excited Madison balance beam team. That's good.
All right, so explain the guide wires on the bars here. Looks like it's you got to be tough to get them tightened down.
I think it's more timing. I mean, it's helpful to have, somebody with a little bit of musculature behind it, but as long as they're, pushed up at the same time on each half respectively, that's about all it's going to take. You take a look at the size of the girl, and the skill that they're going to do will change how close the high bar and the low bar are together. So our first couple kids here who have a little bit lower difficulty are going to have those bars closer together. And then when you get to the J. Lee Kennedy, they're going to move those apart.
Okay. Does that also mean there's a little more give in the bar when they're farther apart, or not so much?
I don't think so, because the wires would contradict all of that. So it looks to me like the girls did a condensed version of their whole warm-up, and now they're going back to the beginning of their competition order and doing their touch warm-up. So Adeline would be your first competitor, followed by her sister Brinley.
While we wait, well, here we go. Adeline Schmig first, and then I'll get into it.
Good job, Addie.
Nice job. And you said she is a new competitor on bars?
Oh, she's an 8th grader, so I can only assume this would be her 3rd year. I haven't seen her compete in anything else yet this evening.
Okay. Did really well there. What I was going to say earlier is a shout out to the staff here at Britton Heckler School. Of course, Ange and Kelsey and everyone helped get this ready, but Ryan Knack and the custodian crew takes a lot to move all this equipment around, and it's going to be a quick turnaround to get it all torn down and ready for basketball tomorrow night.
Yes, you take a look at all of the chalk that gets everywhere in a basketball gym, and so to have to go from a region meet to a very, very exciting hometown contest tomorrow is, yes, very much credit to our custodial staff.
I haven't looked at the basketball schedule next week, but they'll do it again with the wrestling quad next week, Thursday.
Thursday, yep.
So a couple mats out on the floor here next week.
Judges are conferencing on Addie's score.
Now her sister Brindley up. – 7-2 and a 7-1-5 for Adeline.
I think Brindley is going to execute about the same routine. So you look at just the differences between the two girls as far as their body position, the pointed toes, to really see how the differences are going to be in those two scores.
I can't imagine with similar routines and sisters in the same house, the conversations they have. That would be fun.
All right, here comes Taryn.
Just to even start so nonchalant like that, she makes it look so easy.
She's a senior.
Nicely done there.
Yep,
Stuck
very
that
good.
landing. Does this rotate every year to a new school?
Oh, for sure.
And some more space than others, I suppose.
For sure, yep. Dual has a really nice building, but the fact that you have 3 full basketball courts here that you can take up in your entire gym, I just know that it's nice to be able to have this much space.
And seating.
Yep.
There's a fairly large crowd here. Jaylee getting set to take her run at the bars.
So with Jay and Kennedy both, take a look at an incorporation of some new skills on the high bar that we haven't seen in our previous 3 girls. Good job, Jay.
There goes the score collectors.
I do have a feeling they will both sleep very well tonight. As Kennedy gets ready to go here, I encourage you to watch her amplitude. She has such incredible execution.
Buzzword.
Amplitude.
Very quick around the bar.
Very well done.
Is it harder? I don't know how I want to say this. When you're swinging down off of that top bar, is it harder to keep your body straight as you're rotating through the air?
The stronger your
tucking?
core is. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. So some girls will just do a tuck salto dismount or the ones that are laid out, it is a higher skill and worth more points. But yeah, lots of strength in the core and the back.
So Britton Hecla still getting through the bars. The other stations are on their warm-ups now on the rotation. So bars are a bit behind. Here comes Abby Lee. 8-2 and an 8-1 for Kennedy on that last run. See how much energy it takes as Abby just takes a moment after that.
Yep.
Can't imagine how much arm strength either. She had like 3 warm-up runs, I think.
Yep. Yep. So now the Britton girls should have a bye so we can spend some time taking in a little bit of the competition.
Dual will move to bars. Milbank on the floor. Sisseton on the beam. And Esteline Hendricks on the vault.
Which I would say we have things to watch in all 4 of those events. The last time that Sisseton came to Britton to compete, their beam scores were amazing. The performances were good and clean, and that got them the win that night over the Lady Braves.
I am going to make a run quick, but I'll leave this live and unmuted. Feel free to talk and share your knowledge with the world or whatever you want to do. It's your show for a little bit.
Watch out, world.
I'll be right back. Oh.
Esteline Hendricks brings a new level of competition to the vault for us here.
I'd say. Jeez.
A round off entry Sukahara, double back tuck. It's a very fun time to watch.
Put her in the Olympics. Jeez. That was good. I'm just not used to seeing that level. I haven't traveled to watch gymnastics, so I've only taken it in here.
So that skill right there is not something a girl that competes for 3 months out of the year is probably going to be able to attain coming off of their volleyball season or their cross-country season.
Oh. Oh, she's all right. Good. Whew. Nailed her face on the beam.
That is a tough cowgirl, that young lady. And she's an amazing gymnast, and she is one heck of a rodeo athlete. Bree White from Sisseton.
I'm pretty sure anyone that rides a horse is tough. So I got myself onto the board for Venture Communications and got to meet their CEO, Phage Andrew, who talks a lot about horseback riding, and he's a roper. And there's a lot that goes into that.
There's a lot that goes into that.
I always used to give Terry Fagerland a hard time for not working out, and she says, well, I ride horse.
Yep, you don't have to.
I'm like, what?
Even just taking care of them is enough. Usually when I am in our barn by myself doing chores, that's when I think of MJ Ravik, and here's my special Metabolic Hoops cold front shout out right now is everything I do in the barn is CrossFit training.
Yeah, yep. I saw Phil Mertens shared Tucker will be riding in Grand Forks this weekend.
Well, that's very exciting. And we
Yeah.
got the opportunity to watch him compete at the Badlands Circuit Finals in October while we were up there for our son Rylan to be able to compete in some dummy roping competitions. And Tucker is legit. It's very exciting to be able to watch.
I didn't really realize how big rodeo was until I moved up here.
It is a pretty big thing, and I think the one thing that separates rodeo from a lot of other things that we get to spectate in our town is for some of those events you are able to compete in them well past high school graduation and college graduation.
Yep.
You're going to enjoy this high bar, too.
I was just seeing even some of the stuff she did on the low bar.
Yep.
So when you are a club school competing, do you compete year-round or just practice? Do they travel when it's not high school gymnastics season?
Oh, absolutely, to their different club competitions. So I would parallel that to any sport you participate in that's not directly associated with the school.
Right. Club volleyball is getting pretty big.
And there's a lot of traveling that goes on with that. Yep.
It's actually a point of emphasis right now with the High School Activities Association is how club volleyball is disrupting girls basketball and the low numbers they have.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious to see how spring baseball impacts our track season at Britton Hecla also. I'm so very excited for those young men that is their absolute number one athletic love, to be able to have more opportunity to compete. But I am also a fan of watching high school track, and I think there is going to be some competition between those two sports being at the same time. Oh, she's still warming up on the vault. So that was actually a Suk Pike, which is going to be a higher start value versus the tuck.
You know it's going to be good when you have two coaches as spotters.
Yep. Anytime you see him put the collar on the springboard, that's usually a sign that you want to attend a little bit.
So I would think competing against some of these club teams, making it to state and being able to place there is a feat when you're not competing year round.
Correct. Which, and some of these are towns with such well-established programs. I look at Madison's program has been good for as long as I have been a South Dakotan, and well before that. It is just so good. To watch Dual grow has been very, very fun. And now to see Esteline, to me is very brand new. I mean, this is my first time watching these girls compete. That's very exciting for the sport in general, but it does make it much more admirable to see what a 3-month program can accomplish.
So you didn't grow up in South Dakota?
I did not grow up in South Dakota. I grew up in North Dakota.
Okay. What would you say is the better Dakota?
Oh, boy.
Put you on the spot.
Anything that ends in Dakota is pretty darn good.
There you go.
It is.
Well, I grew up in Minnesota. I can't say South Dakota was better than there.
Well, and I grew up in a hockey family, not a football family. So the buffalo and the jackrabbits is the bison and the jackrabbits is not a rivalry. I understand because we grew up watching Fighting Sioux hockey.
Yep.
And so if you talk about Minnesota and you talk about the Gophers, you're talking about hockey. You're not talking about football.
Yep. Yeah, growing up, we did not have a hockey program, but we had a few kids that traveled 30 minutes south to Laverne, and they competed pretty well usually. Hockey big even in southern Minnesota.
Something that I think kids nowadays take for granted is when I was in high school, which I don't feel like was that long ago, there was not girls hockey in high school. And there was not girls hockey when I was in college. People of my like were able to play a women's rec league, and that was about it. And now there's high school girls, there's club girls, there's everything.
I was going to college in Marshall, and they had a girls hockey program in their high school, and very good. And
yep.
It was fun to watch that.
So as a person that moved to a small town from a much bigger town to look at our athletes, you can pick out the ones that, if they have been brought up on skates, would have just been outstanding. players. And the same thing with these girls that we're looking at here. Their strength and their drive is just, some of them would have been very, very good hockey players.
Right.
This warm up you like here. Maybe she'll do it next time. I have most of my attention focused on the vault and the bars right now, but I have been peeking over to watch some of Milbank's floor tricks, and they are pretty darn impressive.
It seems like Milbank may be a little low in numbers, but the numbers they do have, they're very
It's
talented.
quality, yep.
So it should be one more rotation to go after this, I believe. Britton Heckler only has beam left to
yep.
go.
You're going to want to watch this bar routine, I believe. This would be another good example of that amplitude we were talking about earlier.
Yep. Oh my. You think that's going to get a 9 at least on that?
She was pretty clean.
So this is it for gymnastics until next week.
February 13th and 14th is the state meet in Mitchell.
At the Corn Palace?
I can't even answer that for you.
Eight, 7, 5, and 8, 6, 5 on that last bar routine. Doesn't hurt a score at all if your feet drag across the
It
mat.
does. Yep, it does. So you get credit for the release and the regrasp, but then you're going to lose points in your execution.
Would seem like some girls just have it as part of the routine anyhow.
Yep.
Just take that loss.
Yep. Which is true with a lot of different. It's still better to have it.
Okay.
Which we'll see that is a lot of the balance beam game with what your elements are and what is connected to what.
Little queen on the floor routine.
And she can jump.
3 straight days of events here. Gymnastics, varsity, and JV basketball tomorrow, and a 3 through 6 boys jamboree Saturday.
You bet.
Packed.
So maybe this would be a good time for you to be reminded how much you're appreciated by your listeners out in the world. I know that we are being listened to in Arizona. I know that we are being listened to in Mexico right now. I know that there are high school kids who are listening at work this evening. And I know that there's a lot of parents, just like myself, that enjoy being able to take their kid home at halftime of the ball game last night and put them to bed and know that Austin and TJ are going to deliver on the rest of the game standing in my kitchen.
That's pretty neat.
Oh, it's a lucky service to have. Last year when we played Sisseton in our high school basketball, it was at Sisseton School, and I happened to be in Mitchell that night watching my nephews play club hockey. And so had my computer on in the motel room listening to the Rocktail. So it is a service that we are very fortunate to have for our fans.
It is getting a little easier now that my kids are getting up to the age where I got to be there anyway.
Yep.
But I should take a chance to shout out my wife, too, because she's home most nights with our younger ones, wrangling things and getting things lined up to go for the next day. So probably wouldn't be able to do it without her there.
We sure appreciate that, Mrs. Sasker.
Ooh.
That was fighting. She definitely was fighting.
Okay, so you try to save that.
Yep.
If you stay on, no matter what.
You're going to get hit on execution because, of course, it doesn't look presentable. But if you have the fall, you're going to lose the 5/10 for the fall. You're going to lose the connection to whatever two things were supposed to be put together. So it is better to stay on and have it look maybe not so presentable than it is to fall.
Okay.
So, I mean, you definitely, there's something to be said for the fight. Izzy Metz getting ready to go on the beam. Senior year, I believe she is.
I think so.
Very exciting for her. Madison getting ready to start on the floor. That should also be very entertaining for our spectators.
Izzy must have a sister.
She does.
Ellie?
Ellie.
Okay, Ellie. Are you limited as to the amount of athletes you can enter?
Yes, and so that becomes a, just like wrestlers have wrestle-offs, it becomes, so I mean your girls are competing within their team to be able to have the spots. So obviously every coach wants to put their best stack of athletes on to achieve the highest scores. But there may be some play in that when you get to a night like tonight, where if an athlete is already qualified and you have the chance to get another qualification with a different competitor, could be something that you consider. So this is the same vault as the previous one we watched warm up, where this is a handspring entry, not a round-off entry, and you saw that she slipped on the table a little bit, which didn't give her the height that she needed to have to finish her rotations.
I am just so impressed. Your Britton Heckler Braves getting up from their bye and headed over to the beam for their final rotation of the night. So they'll get a little warm-up time here. It's weird to hear your kid's name as part of the high school.
Yep, yep.
Here comes the Esteline Hendricks run I've been waiting to see. Holy moly. Oh,
That must be your touch
must have
warm
been
up.
yeah, okay.
So something to note that it's good that her coaches are spotting her, but they're not allowed to touch her when she's actually competing. So that was the tuck Suk. I would suspect that she And her competition will compete the pike souk also. Yep.
As half like, why didn't she salute? Not the actual.
The warm up.
Okay.
Coach is telling her body needs to be long and she needs to get off the table.
Well, this gymnast from Esteline Hendricks is also amazing.
Yes. Strong, strong, strong girl. Now doing the full. And she's still slipping on the table.
So she's stuck with the same move off the vault that time, I think.
Yep, and that's a smart choice. So when she was warming up and attempted that Sukahara and she could tell that she wasn't landing it, this is a smarter move, especially that second one was even bigger than her first one, is going to get her a better score.
I can't even pronounce what you said, but that's where she landed backwards, basically, right?
Well, and then she finished one on her shins, and so it's a smart move.
So warm-ups are beneficial, and you're not just going through the routines.
Yep, and so much of it is for your brain. Like, a lot of the way you approach your warm-up and how things go in warm-up is going to dictate what your ability mentally to put into your competition is going to be. So watching the Britton girls, I mean, they look very, very good, calm, cool, and collected in their warm-up here. I'm very pleased with what I'm seeing. Okay, here comes our big Esteline Hendricks vaulter we've been waiting to watch. This young lady sure puts on a show. So they'll probably count that as a 3/10 fall because she reached down and touched her hands on the ground. It'll be interesting to see what they have her do for her second one.
Is there only Class A and Class AA in gymnastics?
Correct, yep.
So the school like dual or a program like Esteline Hendricks or whatever, could they compete with the higher levels like a Harrisburg or something of the sort?
Boy, you will sure see. I mean, just the way you find a Britton girl that is a standout, given it's a 3-month program. I mean, there is nothing saying that some of your your 1A kids can't hang with the AA kids. So just because you happen to be from Rapid City or from a AA club doesn't necessarily mean that you have the just right exclamation point that some of these girls have. So if you have the opportunity to ever take in a state meet, I encourage you to do so. It is very, very fun to watch.
Oh, I bet very competitive.
Yes, incredibly.
Madison underway with their floor routines. Talking about being busy earlier, give you a little shameless plug. Not only are you teaching and Ryan with construction, but the both of you have a new undertaking in the hardware store here in town.
We do. What is more fun than adding more to that schedule? It is a very good time. I enjoy being in the store on the weekends. It's so different from my Monday through Friday job that it is very refreshing and it is fun.
You get to see a lot more people that way too.
Yes, and they're all grown-ups.
Gotta come get some food for my cat here pretty soon.
Well, we have quite the selection for you to choose from.
You've expanded a little bit into carrying some more tack items.
Yep. I mean, obviously, by nature of what we do, that's going to be something that we would like to. Our goal is for you to not have to drive to Aberdeen. We want to be able to get you to shop local based on what we offer, and that especially applies to all of your. She got it.
Oh, man.
She got it. That's going to be a fun score. I dare say that's going to be your vault champion
out
of the Region 1A. She's excited.
She is pumped up.
So besides expanding the western kind of large animal area of our hardware store, we're also excited to announce to the world that we're going to have some baby chicks in the store this spring. Yes.
How dare you? I'm not going to be able to bring my kids.
Well, and I mean, we sure can't do it to the magnitude that Runnings does in Aberdeen, but we're pretty excited to be able to, because we know that quite a few families have to drive out of town to get their birds.
Yep.
And you're going to be able to walk in the door, and the magical sound of chirping is going to be in the store this spring. So that is also very exciting.
9.45 and a 9.2 on that last vault.
Very good.
What season, what time of year are the chicks?
Usually spring. So last spring we got ours around Easter time. So depending on if you're looking for laying birds or meat birds, I'd be interested in having some ducks too. We'll see.
Yeah.
How much room that we have, but yeah, it has been very good.
Is your supplier for your store mostly right out of Millbank?
It is. Yep. My husband drives to Millbank every Thursday morning with our truck and picks up our freight and brings it in. and has it to the store before we open or shortly after we open, and then goes to his construction job after that. We have a wonderful set of employees. We've added a few new ones to replace Bill and Jody as they've retired, and it has been a very, very good transition. So we
Good.
couldn't be more pleased.
I'm glad you guys are able to take over and we were able to keep that in town.
I had no idea, and I had shopped there for school-related business and then obviously personal business ever since I moved to Britton. But I had no idea the volume of people and product that come through the doors. It is simply amazing, and it's a very satisfying feeling to know that you're helping somebody.
Yeah. Seems like daily I drive by there and see the contractors needing something,
Yep.
stopping by.
Yep. Looks like Brinley has started her balance beam routine. So let's see how this night goes for the Lady Braves. Good job.
You can see Brinley's teammates just holding their breath
Yep.
for her.
Good job.
Nicely done.
Good. And so now that sets the tone for the rest of the team.
Are you timed at all while you're on the beam?
Yes. Yep. Your warm up is timed. So if you look at the number of workers you have down on this east side table, you have a timer that's timing the girl on the beam. You have a timer that's timing in between. And then if you expire your time while you're on the apparatus, you're expected to dismount effective immediately.
As I'd imagine sometimes when you're in the middle of a routine, you be very easy to get in your own head.
Oh, for sure. And then as soon as you hear that whistle, you feel pressure and you feel like you have to hurry where you're still allowed to finish your dismount. Looks like Marley is our next girl up.
In my head, I keep thinking she's a senior because it seems like she's been around forever.
Yes, it does. And she has had that bounce to her, honestly, since she was a 7th grader. She's just naturally been able to come off of the floor.
All right, Marley Sundin up now on the beam. 7.55 score for Brindley. Very precise movements from Marley. Seems like she's regimented.
The full turn is a requirement for everybody, regardless of their age or ability level. So some girls will start the same way she did, where they're sideways to the beam, where others will be in line with the beam.
Okay. Nicely done, Marley. Millbank floor or Madison floor routine right now, you could tell she was happy with how she ended that move because I watched her in warm-ups and she was so frustrated with herself and she just nailed it there. Extra points for a beam dismount you don't touch the beam on if you don't put your hands down.
Yes, I would say to cartwheel off of the end where you're touching the beam would be probably a starter learning skill to be able to aerial off.
Kennedy Van Lith up on the beam now for your Braves. .835 and an 8.5 off that last beam routine.
Oh.
So now does she have a certain amount of time to get back up
She
on?
does, and usually that's when the girls who really know their elements or requirements well will know what they need to substitute or stick in somewhere to account for what they lost. Some will actually talk to their coaches, but as soon as you touch the beam again, then it's go time.
And Kennedy keeping her head up, just, being pretty positive because one score, one fall doesn't necessarily set your team back.
Correct. Correct. Oh, she's not looking.
Jaylee Group set for the beam now.
Glad Mom didn't see that. That is a very good score for Kennedy.
8-4-5 and 8-2-5.
Yep.
So can your full turn be a jump in the air like that, or?
No, you'll see some of your Olympic gymnasts will actually do it with their one leg at full pike
Okay.
and go farther. Simone Biles will actually do hers down on the beam in full pike, which is pretty impressive. And then, of course, it would be a higher level skill to do more than one. But typically, girls are get the one done, have it be nice and neat, and that element is satisfied.
I asked my question to the gymnast beforehand, and Coach Group just sent me the 3 seniors, so I didn't get to ask Jaylee. I would have liked to known what Craig would have done. I asked him if you had to pick one event, what for your dad to replace you in, what would it be?
Oh, wow.
Had a lot of different answers.
Okay. She probably would have come up with something super clever on the fly. Well, it wouldn't be gymnastics, but it would be volleyball. Or maybe his calmness could transcend into floor or beam. That would be, she has such a calm dad.
Actually, Taryn said she'd let Luke go after the beam because he used to actually practice with her on the beam at home.
Oh, it's great. All right, here comes Taryn. I would like to say that it's because she's a senior. She has this calm, cool demeanor, but she has been like this again since she was a young competitor.
I've had the thought before about being on a beam and hearing the music in the background. Do you almost wanting to get into the beat? Does that affect?
I don't think they even hear it. I don't think they hear it. I don't think they hear the crowd. I don't think they hear their parents. I don't even know if they hear the coaches sometimes, but I think she is so focused right now. I don't even know if the fire alarm would get her to stop.
Very nice beam routine there
that's
from
a
Taryn.
great routine. You think of how much time Coach Group has put into her seniors. It's a lot of years. A reminder of my little news flash earlier that said that Ava's beam routine start value is a 10-0 start. So we're looking to be dazzled by her tumbling sequence, where she will actually have flight and leave the beam and land back on it with. I watched her warming up. It does look very good. So if she can hit, I think that would be a fantastic way for her to end her region meet too.
That has been Ava's strong suit the past couple years is the beam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Eight forward and 8.65 on our last beam
Good job,
routine.
Taryn. Good girl.
Nice.
She got it.
Almost a sigh of relief while you're up there.
Beautiful.
Big smile after
Yep.
that one.
So one more rotation of waiting for results.
Yeah, that'll end the night for the Lady Braves as they wait to see placings.
I'm going to say while we're waiting, we'll be entertained by Sisseton on the floor, Duel on the beam. Looks like Milbank is finishing vaulting. And then Esterline is on the bars.
Yep. A 9.15 and a 9.05
Good job, Ava.
for Ava Tevedal. With the LeBron James chalk toss there. Just over 3 hours into our live stream here. We better thank our live stream sponsors one more time for the night. North Star Federal Credit Union, Health First Chiropractic, Bolt Marketing, Full Circle Ag, Benke Sand and Gravel, Grade 8 Transportation, Heimbach Potatoes, County Line Seed with Precision Planting, C&W Transfer, Scott's Lumber, First Savings Bank, HH Design, Sand Lake Sales, Venture Communications, Britton Baseball and Softball, Valley Dairy Supply, Tank Seed, and Metabolic Hoops Academy. Actually, 2 height adjustments on that vault, so you can lower the front and raise the back or vice versa.
There's several. Yep.
Score tabulation after events are done fairly quick, or
Yes.
usually?
Yep. The computer programs all help make that happen pretty quick. Oh, good job.
Some pretty exciting bar routine here.
Yeah, previous scores were real nice too.
think while I have a minute, I'm going to take our microphones off and hook up my wireless. Now that bars are done, I'm going to go try to grab an in-meet interview with a couple of our gymnasts.
That's a great idea.
So I'll try and do that here, but cameras will stay live so you'll be able to see all the action, and then commentary will resume right before awards. Check, check. Yep. No, I'm real. They can hear us right now. So this is probably the only sport where I can do like an in-game, in-meet interview. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So now you're on a bye on this rotation and just kind of waiting. Are you guys nervous?
I think we did good. I'm pretty excited about how we did.
I am too. Pretty much every event I saw, you guys nailed all your stuff. So the question everyone wants to know, what's it feel like as a senior, your last meet in the arena? Or haven't you even thought about that?
It's definitely a little bittersweet, but I think we went out there and we did the best that we could tonight and left it all on the floor.
Yeah, it definitely has not hit in all the way yet, but our team is just so much fun, and so it was a really good time.
Yes, it doesn't feel real, but this team means everything to us, and I think we've had so much fun this season, and we're definitely gonna miss it.
Yeah, you've had a lot of years and one more week to go. What's your prediction for placing tonight?
It's been really tight this year. The score's been really all over the place and close, so I think we could get anywhere from last to first, and it's really just going to depend on where we fall.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to like tell because we can't watch everyone all the time, but yeah, it's so close. Like it's a toss-up every single meet we have.
Just got to compliment you as well because I was talking to Mrs. Carlson on the live stream about the different teams here, and she filled me in on what club gymnastics versus like our school a 3-month program is, and you can see like Estelan Hendricks, for example, and the I don't know what the word is, more difficulty in their routines, and so you guys do extremely well for how much time you're able to put into this, and just very happy for you. So
Yeah, thank you.
good work tonight. Thanks for your time. That's our 3 seniors, and we'll see awards pretty quick.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Check, check, test, test. Test, test. Test. All right. We are back, and hopefully my microphones worked for that live interview. I see someone must have knocked over my beam camera, so apologies for that. But events are wrapped up here, and we are waiting now for awards. Been a fun night here, and learned a lot. So thanks to Mrs. Carlson for stepping in. She'll be back on the mic shortly here as we wait for awards. And can't say enough about all the gymnasts here and all the work that they put in and how athletic they all are. It's amazing to watch. Do want to thank one more time our live stream sponsors, North Star Federal Credit Union, Health First Chiropractic, Bolt Marketing, Full Circle Ag, Banky Sand and Gravel, Grade 8 Transportation, Einbuck Potatoes, County Line Seed with Precision Planting, C&W Transfer, Scott's Lumber, First Savings Bank, HH Design, Sand Lake Sales, Venture Communications, Britton Baseball and Softball, Valley Dairy Supply, Tank Seed, and Metabolic Hoops Academy. If you enjoyed what you watched tonight, don't be afraid to hit that subscribe button on our YouTube channel. And you can always go and check out our Rocktail Entertainment Facebook page as well. I'll repost our interview with the gymnasts beforehand over there, probably tomorrow morning, I suppose. And as we wait for awards, we'll grab a quick break here, and we'll be right back. Thanks for watching Rocktail. All right, welcome back. Long break and now awards.
State qualifying gymnastics meet. Thank you so much for your patience. There's a lot of verifications that we need to do with all of our scores and our judges and things. We will be awarding the top 15 places in each event and the top 5 places all around. The top 5 places in each event will automatically advance to the individual state meet to be held on February 14th in Mitchell. The remaining state competitors will be announced this weekend after Region 2 is complete and the next highest scores, up to 40 competitors in each event, will advance. We will start with our vault places. There's a tie for 15th place with a score of 8.55, Brooklyn Tanner of Dual, and Araya Presidiki of Wilmette area. In 14th place with a score of 8.575, Reina Untalan of Wilmette area.
So announcing top 15 places for each event.
Beginning with the vault results.
I'm not sure if you can hear Mrs. Ravenberg back home. Hopefully a little bit. Typically when Mr. Knable talks, you can pick him up on the microphone.
8.65 scored by Lacey Anderson, dual. In 10th place, score of 8.675, Sophie Petterins of Madison. 9th place, scoring 8.7, Mason Donahue, Wilmette area. Our 8th place region winner, 8.725, Kennedy Beckwith of Britton Hecla.
Kennedy with an 8th place.
In a tie for 6th place, both girls scoring 8.8, Jaylee Burwald of Esteline Hendricks and Abigail Lee, Britton Hecla.
And Abby has a tie for 6th place.
Place, scoring 8.825, Raya Hartung, Esteline Hendricks. In 4th place, 8.875, Addison Weisner, dual. 3rd place, scoring 8.9, Izzy Kelsey of Madison. In 2nd place, scoring 9.15, Izzy Betts, Sisseton. And our Region 1A champion on vault, Maggie Hausman, scoring 9.325.
She was first place.
Yep.
Next for our bars places. Again, a tie for 15th. Both girls scoring 7.65. Brooklyn Tanner, dual. Mabel Boker, Madison.
Bars results up now.
Our 14th place is Sophie Petterins of Madison, scoring 7.95. 13th with an 8.0, Jaylee Group, Britton Hecla.
Jaylee Group with the 13th place on bars.
In 12th place, scoring 8.05, Addison Weisner, dual. In a tie for 10th place, both girls scoring 8.15, Emmy Hartung of Esteline Hendricks, Kennedy Beckwith, Britton Hecla.
A 10th place finish for Kennedy.
9th place, scoring 8.225, Abigail Lee, Britton Hecla.
And 9th place for Abby.
In 8th place, scoring 8.25, Jaylee Burwald, Esteline Hendricks. In 7th place, scoring 8.35, Bree White, Sisseton. Our 6th place winner, scoring 8.425, Kyra Weiss, Madison. In 5th place, scoring 8.5
Jaylee Group with a 15th place beam
And a
finish.
tie for 13th place, scoring 8.525, Taryn Kraft, Britton Heckla, Lacey Anderson, duel.
And Taryn with a 13th place finish in a tie.
12th place, scoring 8.575, Mason Donahue, Mill Lake area. 11th place, scoring 8.675, Paisley Cooney, Madison. 10th place with a score of 8.7, Emmy Hartung, Esteline Henricks. 9th place, scoring 8.725, Raina Untalan, Mill Lake area. 8th place, scoring 8.75, Hannah Cutshaw, dual. 7th place, scoring 8.825, Raya Hartung, Esteline Henricks. Scoring 8.9, getting 6th place, Kyra Weiss, Madison. In 5th place, scoring 8.95, Sophie Petterains, Madison. Scoring 8.975 for 4th place, Izzy Metz, Sisseton. In 3rd place, with a score of 9.05, Maggie Hausman, Esteline Henricks. In 2nd place, scoring 9.1, Ava Tevedal, Britton Heckla.
2nd place finish for Ava on the balance beam. Way to go, senior year.
Region 1A champion, scoring 9.125, Jamie Burwell, Esteline Henricks.
That is a real close 2nd place too. Way to go, Ava.
Our floor award winners, a tie for 14th place, scoring 8.75, Jamie Burwell, Esteline Henricks, Kennedy Van Cliff, Britton Heckla.
Kennedy ties for a 14th place finish on the floor.
A tie for 12th place, both scoring 8.8, Olivia Deitch, Sisseton, Emmy Hartung, Esteline Henricks. In 11th place, scoring 8.85, Lisby Oaks of Madison. 10th place, scoring 8.875, Raina Untalan, Mill Lake area.
Moving on to team results. Very exciting point of the night.
This weekend after the completion of Region 2. In sixth place with a team score of 130.65 points, Millbank area.
Millbank in 6th place.
In fifth place, scoring 135.175, Sisseton.
Sisseton in 5th.
In fourth place with a score of 135.275, Britton Hecla.
Britton Hecla in 4th place.
136.325, Duo. Our runner-up team with 136.625, Madison. And winning the
Duel in 3rd.
gymnastics meet is the team from Esteline Henricks,
Madison in 2nd.
141.6 points.
And Esteline Hendricks way out in 1st.
We'll take just a little bit of time for team pictures, and then we will do the NEC awards. We'll take just a few minutes for team pictures.
It will be very exciting to see how things turn out in Vermilion tomorrow night. We'll be eagerly awaiting news on Saturday to hear how teams are going to shape up.
Sitting pretty good, though, in 4th here today.
Yes, it is good to be the NEC champion out of tonight's contest between NEC teams. And I would say things look pretty good for team competition at the state meet.
So Madison and Esteline Hendricks are out of here while we wait for NEC awards.
Award our Northeast Conference meet medals. Before we do that, I'd like to wish a couple Northeast Conference girls from Sisseton a happy birthday today to Harley Iverson, and a happy birthday Saturday, 18th birthday to Olivia Dutch.
It was all him.
8 places, starting with
Thank you.
in 8th place with a score of 8.6, Hannah Ketshaw, duo. Our 7th place ball winner was scoring 8.625, Bree White, Sisseton. 6th place, 8.65, Lacey Anderson, duo. In 5th place, scoring 8.7, Mason Donahue, Millbank area. 4th place, 8.725, Kennedy Van Cliff, Britton Hecla. 3rd place, scoring 8.8, Abigail Lee, Britton Hecla.
Kennedy in 4th, Abby Lee in 3rd.
2nd place,
For the vault in the NEC results.
Addison Weisner, duo. And our NEC vault champion scoring 9.15, Izzy Metz, Sisseton. Our 8 top placers in bars. 8th place scoring 8.0, Jaylee Group, Britton Hecla.
Moving on to bars now. J-Lee Group in 8th.
7th place scoring 8.05, Addison Weisner, duo. In 6th place scoring
Kennedy in sixth.
Fifth place, scoring 8.225, Abigail Lee, Britton Heckler.
Abby Lee in fifth.
Side by side
Fourth
again.
place, 8.35, Bree White, Sisseton. In third place, scoring 8.525, Izzy Metz, Sisseton. Our second place bars placer scoring 8.55, Hannah Cutshaw, dual. And our NEC bars champion scoring 8.7, Tay Ingalls, dual. Our beam placers. In eighth place, 8.5 scored by Jaylee Group, Britton Heckler.
Eighth place beam, Jaylee Group.
Both scoring 8.525, Lacey Anderson dual, Taryn Craft, Britton Heckler.
And there is a tie for sixth place between Taryn and a Lady Cardinal from Dual.
8.575, Mason Donahue, Milbank area. Scoring 8.725 for fourth place, Raina Untelen, Milbank area. Third place, scoring 8.75, Hannah Cutshaw, dual. Second place, scoring 8.975, Izzy Metz. And our NEC beam champion from Britton Heckler, Ava Teledal, with a score of 9.1.
And Ava gets the gold medal in the NECs on the balance beam.
Our floor place winners. Eighth place, scoring 8.7, Vianne Clatrick, Sisseton.
Moving on to floor now.
Seventh place, scoring 8.75, Kennedy Van Lith, Britton Heckler.
Kennedy in seventh.
In sixth place, scoring 8.8, Olivia Deitch, Sisseton. Fifth place, scoring 8.875, Rena Untelen, Milbank area. Fourth place, scoring 9.025, Lacey Anderson, dual. With a score of 9.075 for third place, Izzy Metz, Sisseton. Second place, score 9.125, Tay Ingalls, dual. And our Northeast Conference champion on floor, Mason Donahue, with a score of 9.25 from Milbank area. Our top five all-around score placers with a score of fifth place with a score of 33.45, Lacey Anderson, dual. In fourth place with a score of 33.75, Bree White, Sisseton. Third place with a score of 33.975, Kennedy Van Lith, Britton Heckler.
We have moved on to announcing the all-around results, and we have Kennedy placing third.
And our conference all-around champion, Izzy Metz, scoring 35.725 of Sisseton High School. Our team places in fourth place with a team score of 130.65, Milbank area.
Britton Hecla, second place team in the NEC, just behind Dual.
Just behind Dual.
Nice all-around meet today, and the girls had a solid night here in the arena. And now we await placings of the other region to see where we end up at state.
Correct you are, Mr. Sasker.
Well, I certainly appreciate you joining me here. It's been fun, and I learned a lot.
Oh, it has been so much fun. I thank you so much for extending the invitation, and I hope you enjoyed your very long evening of gymnastics.
Yes. About to get out of here as quickly as I can. We're 4.5 hours in.
All right. Looking forward to seeing everybody at the basketball contest tomorrow night. Thank you so much, Rocktail Entertainment.